Simmental enthusiasts, good morning. Hey, we've had a little bit of a transportation issue with one of our judges. I told you these Minnesota boys are a little slow and they didn't get down there and get on the shuttle. So I'm going to ride him all day. So we're waiting on one of the judges. So it'd be a really good time for y'all to go grab another cup of coffee. There's a little coffee truck right out here to the west of the Whitwer Arena. Awesome coffee on these food trucks. Please support all of our vendors around the food trucks. We're going to be about 15 minutes late starting, so we'll start here about 10:15, 10:20. And also, when you're walking by the Powerball or Power Simmental booth, stop and buy a ticket. It's a good chance to go buy your ticket for Power Simmental. And we've got coffee right down here to my right, right here to the right of the announcer stand, sponsored by Select Sires and ABS. So we want to thank all of our friends at Select Sires and ABS for generously donating the coffee this morning. Once again, we'll start our Simmental Pin Show about 10:15 to 10:20. Simmental enthusiasts, our judges have finally navigated their way to the Whitwer Arena. So glad you could join us, Bobby. Entering the ring is Class 101. These are our purebred pen of 5 Simmental bulls. This is Class Entry 12312 from Lee Simmental's Farms in Columbia, Missouri. The first calf in the ring was K17. K17 is LLSF Candyman K17. This is a March 1st son of WHF JSCCS Double Up G365. The second bull in the ring, of course, is one of our Powerball nominees. This is K85 LLSF Resolute K85, a March 3rd son of Mr. CCF 2020. Lee Simmental Farms is owned and operated by Jerry and Barb Lee and located in Columbia, Missouri. They have around 250 head of cattle and use artificial insemination and embryo transfer program extensively to stay progressive in their breeding program. They believe that cattle need to be sound, functional, and real world ready for their customers, as well as capable of competing in the show ring at a high level. They have 2 sales a year, a female sale in November and a bull sale in March, as well as selling individuals private treaty throughout the year. Bulls can be purchased anytime throughout the year. Stop by and see the Lee cattle in pens 322 and 324. This is your pen of 5 bulls from Lee Simmental's Columbia, Missouri. The third bull in the ring is K567. This is LLSF Contender K567, a March 4th son of Mr. CCF 2020. As our judges are evaluating this third member of the Pen of 5, it is my pleasure to introduce to you again our judges for this year's Simmental Pen Show. Mr. Chad Zender. Chad is from Stanchfield, Minnesota. Chad is a partner in the Zender-Wagi Partnership, a progressive Charolais seed stock operation right in the center of Minnesota. Chad is married to his wife, Cameo, and they have daughters, Sydney and Natalia. His partner in the evaluation is Mr. Bob Grass from Leroy, Minnesota. Bob serves as a sales associate at Hamilton Auction Company in Dexter, Minnesota. He, along with his wife, Becky, have sons, Lucas and Colin. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome 2 great Minnesota cattlemen, Chad Zender and Bob Grass, to evaluate your Simmental pens today. the fourth member of our pen of 5 Simmental bulls from Lee Simmental Farms is entry K284. This is a March 10th son of WC Relentless 32C. His name is LLSF Retribution K284. And the fifth member is entry K556. This is LLSF Standout K556. Another son of Mr. CCF 2020. He's a March 2nd son. The average weight per day of age on the pen of Lee Simmental bulls is 3.45. 3.45. Entering the ring now is our Class 101 is entry 9015. Coming to you from Frecking Cattle Company, Alpha, Minnesota. This is 37K, is FRKG Nobleman 37K. He is a February 17th son of SO Remedy 7F. Our second entry in our Frecking Cattle Company pen in our Simmental ring is entry 67K. This is FRKG High Class 67K. A February 16th son of SO Remedy 7F. Frecking Cattle is located in Tecumseh, Nebraska and Alpha, Minnesota. In tandem with Hartman Cattle Company, they produce elite purebred Simmental genetics that are offered year-round. They welcome you to join them in Tecumseh, Nebraska for their annual HCC Simmental Bull Sale on Sunday, February 5th, and we encourage you to go back out into the pens and see the Frecking family and their pens of cattle. Yesterday exhibited our champion pen of 3 heifers yesterday, and we want to welcome them back with their pen of 5 purebred bulls this morning. Their third entry is entry 948K. Again, a son of SO Remedy 7F. This is a February 21st son. His name is FRKG Classic 948K. Again, from Frecking Cattle, Alpha, Minnesota. Thank you, Judge. In our Simmental ring, our fourth entry in the Frecking pin is entry 78K. This is FRKG Paramount 78K, another son of SO Remedy 7F. This is a March 2nd son. And the fifth and final member of this pin of 5 from Frecking Cattle is entry 26K. This is FRKG Capitalist 26K. This another son of SO Remedy 7F and a March 10th bull calf. This pin of bulls, these Remedy sons from Frecking Cattle, had an average weight per day of age of 3.63. Again, 3.63. And all 5 are sons of SO Remedy 7F. Again, on our Simmental side, once again, this is your pin of 5 purebred bulls exhibited. This is entry 9015 from Frecking Cattle, Alpha, Minnesota, and Tecumseh, Nebraska. And again, this pin had an average weight per day of age of 3.63 pounds a day. And our third and final entry in our pin of 5 purebred bulls is entry 11732, coming from Kaler Cattle, St. Charles, Minnesota. Your first entry is entry 2117K. This is Kaler Elusive 2117K, an April 6th son of KBHR Revolution, HO71. And the second member of the Kaler Cattle Company pin is entry 2053. This is Kaler Promotion 2053K, a February 26th son of Kaler Promoter G15. The third member of our Kaler Cattle Company St. Charles, Minnesota firm is also a Powerball. This is entry 2025K, Kaler Wide Body 2025K, a January 28th son of CDI Trustee 387F. Kaler Cattle Company from St. Charles, Minnesota is a sixth-generation family-owned producing running 150 Sim and Sim Angus cows. They are known for cattle that combine structural correctness, eye peel, and breed-leading genomics. All our bull customers get a 4-year feet and semen warranty along with a feeder calf marketing option. All bulls exhibited today sell February 19th at the Kaler Structured for Success Bull Sale at the farm in St. Charles, Minnesota. Please stop by Pen 330 to view videos, get a refreshment, and talk Simmental cattle. Kaler Cattle sells stock to fit all budgets. Our customers include AI studs, commercial and seed stock producers, along with young show enthusiasts. You will see the Kaler prefix in many pedigrees across the country. Please go back to Pen 330 and visit the Kaler firm about their product. The fourth member of their pen is entry 2011K. This is Kaler Retro 2011K, a January 8th son of Kaler Promoter G15. And our fifth and final member of this pen of five from Kaler Cattle is entry 2064K. This is Kaler Greater Good 2064K, a March 1st son of Kaler Promoter G15. This pen of 5 bulls coming to you from Kaler Cattle Company, again from St. Charles, Minnesota, had an average weight per day of age of 3.33. Again, 3.33 on this set of 5 bulls. As soon as our judges are done evaluating this 5, we're going to catch these 5, and then we will bring those pens back out for our final evaluation and selection of our grand and reserve grand champion purebred pen of 5 Simmental bulls. Selected for Summer Yearling. As our exhibitors are bringing out our pens of 5 purebred bulls, as you are seated in the bleachers, the pen to your immediate left, all the way down here on this side, is your pen of 5. This is entry 12312, exhibited by Lee Simmental Farms, Columbia, Missouri. This pen of 5 bulls had an average weight per day of age of 3.45 pounds a day. The pen of 5 bulls in the center, this is a pen presented to you. This is entry 9015, shown by Frecking Cattle Company, Alpha, Minnesota, and Tecumseh, Nebraska. This pen had an average weight per day of age of 3.63 pounds per day. And the pen on your far right is entry 11732, exhibited by Kaler Cattle Company, St. Charles, Minnesota. This pen had an average weight per day of age of 3.33 pounds per day. Simmental enthusiasts, I'd like to point out we do have 2 Powerballs in this division. The entry K85 from Lee Simmental will have a blue tag in his ear. That bull will be eligible for our Powerball competition. And also out of the entry from Kaler Cattle Company, the 3rd bull in their pen is entry 2025K, another Powerball in this competition. Again, these bulls all presented champion power. These are all vying for your championship. These are your pen of 5 purebred Simmental bulls. Again, Lee Simmental's down on this far end. A pen of bulls averaging 3.45 pounds per day. The entry in the center from Frecking Cattle Company in Alpha, Minnesota and Tecumseh, Nebraska at 3.63 weight per day of age. And the pen on the far side, on the far end, onto your far right, is the pen from Kaler Cattle Company, St. Charles, Minnesota, with an average weight per day of age of 3.33. I would also like to cordially invite each and every one of you to the one and only sale today at 3 o'clock. Right behind us in the sale ring, great offering of cattle going to be presented to you today at 3 o'clock. If you have not got a catalog, I know catalogs are available down here at the ABS and Select Sires coffee station. You can pick up a donut, a cup of coffee, grab a catalog. I look forward to seeing you all at the sale arena this afternoon at 3 o'clock.
Good morning, Is it working? Can you hear me?
Simmental enthusiasts, I think our judges have made their selection. And here's our comments from our judge, Mr. Bob Grass.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me now? Ain't working. Hello. There we go. Well, good morning, everybody. And I guess we got what we asked for yesterday when we said that we were impressed with the quality yesterday. Well, this first class is very challenging and very good. You know, we look at these, all three of these pens are very uniform. They got a lot of muscle shape and extension. They're really good on their feet and legs. You like the size of their foot shape, flexibility. Really a nice group of bulls. This first pen of bulls that come in, we really like the amount of muscle shape they got down their top, and you get around behind them, and they sure don't disappoint you. Excuse me. And you like the length of body, the amount of belly and forerib that these calves have. There's a couple in there that you'd maybe just like to change a little bit about their structure, but really a solid pen that came in there first. The second pen is a little bigger framed, a little longer bodied, maybe needs just a little bit more forerib and a little more belly for us today. You like their uniformity. You get around behind them, maybe a little flatter in their muscle shape, but still a very good pen, very uniform, very good on their feet and legs. Extremely flexible in the move. The pen that came in the third spot, really a big, stout group of bulls, very uniform. You get around behind them, they got lots of muscle shape down their top, really square in that hip, big butted. You really like the way they sit down and move. Really a nice pair there, or group there. Extremely good on paper, too. You look at their yearling weight and weaning weight, very impressive. API, really good. Just a really nice, uniform group of bulls, all three. And Chad's going to go and select your champion. And congratulations to all three.
Selected as your champion pin of 5 purebred bulls goes to entry 11732, Kaler Cattle Company, St. Charles, Minnesota. And your reserve champion pin of 5 purebred bulls goes to entry 12312, shown by Lee Simmental Farms, Columbia, Missouri. And, of course, our third pin exhibited by Frecking Cattle, Alpha, Minnesota.
say something. Okay, we're taking pen of 5 pictures, and then we'll start again with our next pen of 5 division. You got a chance to come down to the Colorado Simmental Association desk and get Power Simmental tickets. Jolene's got some Power Simmental ballots for our judging, our bull show Power Simmental judging. People's Choice will take place right after the bullpen show. The bulls that are highlighted in the program will come back and you can pick your Power Simmental bull. But you need to have a $100 ticket. Come down to the desk and buy your ballots. $100 to play in the Power Simmental. Also, those open show exhibitors, the check-in starts now. All you have to do is for check-in, bring your papers. You don't need to bring your animals. See Susan at the Colorado Simmental desk. Check-in starts now.
Simmental enthusiasts, as we begin our percentage pin of 5 bulls. Our first entry is entry 10-7. These people need to stop. I'm telling you, I'm getting ready to have a piece of it. Is entry from Felt Farms, Wakefield, Nebraska. In our Simmental ring, again, this is the pin from Felt Farms in Wakefield, Nebraska. The first entry was entry 180K. This is Felt No Limit 180K, a Conley No Limit son born on March 11th. The second bull was entry K185. This is a March 14th son, again, of Conley No Limit. This is Felt No Limit K185. Your third entry was another Conley No Limit son. This is Felt No Limit 162K. A March 30th son. And the bull in the ring right now, this is 800K. This is a Felt Take Charge 101H. A March 30th son of Felt Take Charge 101H. Felt Farms, owned and operated by Merlin, Dolores, and James Felt, Wakefield, Nebraska, have an annual bull sale, Brand of Excellence, on February 9th, 2023. And they also have a fall female sale on November 25th called Foxy Ladies Bred Heifer Sale. Felt Farms is diversified farming and Simmental operation that have 125 plus cows in their program. They manage their hay acres and row crops of corn, soybeans. Felt Perseverance, a purebred Simmental bull. Semen can be purchased at 605 Sires. Their bull sale, Brand of Excellence, will be on February 9th at the Livestock Market in West Point, Nebraska. In the fall, their bred heifer sale will be Saturday, November 25th. The doors are always open to come visit them. Please go down to their pens and see their bulls up close and personal. We want to thank Felt Farms for their generous appearance here at the National Western and bringing this great set of percentage bulls. This pen of 5 bulls had an average weight per day of age of 3.71 pounds per day. Our second pin in our percentage pin of 5 Simmental bulls is presented to you from Western Cattle Source, Crawford, Nebraska. This is entry 9482. The first bull in their pin was entry 2121K. This is WCS Mr. Stay 2121K, a March 5th son of WC Mainstay 355F. The second bull in the ring, this is 2125K, WCS Mr. Glock 2125K, a March 2nd son of WCS Glock 357 7117E. Western Cattle Source runs 250 registered and 250 commercial cows annually. They use part of their commercial cows for recipients in their extensive AI program. Western Cattle Source is located in northwest Nebraska in the Pine Ridge and Ogallala grasslands. They strive to produce livestock that perform on limited feed. WCS also raises all-around performance quarter horses. Please go back to the Western Cattle Source pen and visit with them one-on-one about their product and see these bulls up close and personal. The third member of this pen is entry 2828K. This is WCS Mr. Expressland 2828K, a March 3rd son of WC Express Lane 29G. The fourth member of this pen is entry 2127K. This is WCS Mr. Innovator 2127K, a March 25th son of CCS JS Innovator 29G. And the final member of this pen of 5 is entry 2818K. This red bull is a March 2nd son of Bar CK Red Empire 9153. His name is WCA Mr. Red Empire 2818K. This pen of 5 bulls had an average weight per day of age of 3.13. 3.13. Again, this is your pen of 5 percentage bulls coming to you from Western Cattle Source, Crawford, Nebraska. Average weight per day of age, 3.13. Okay, as our Simmental exhibitors are bringing these pins of 5 percentage bulls out, this pin that's coming across the ring right now, again, brought to you by Felt Farms, Wakefield, Nebraska. This pin had an average weight per day of age of 3.71 pounds per day. They will be on your left. And the pin of percentage Simmental 5 pin of 5 bulls on your right will be the pin from Western Cattle Source, Crawford, Nebraska. And this pin of 5 bulls had an average weight per day of age of 3.13. These 2 pins will serve as your champion and reserve champion pin. When our judges make their final selections, ladies and gentlemen, we will break to take pictures again, and then we will move into our pin of 3 competition with our purebred bulls first. Once again, I want to invite each and every one of you to the one and only Simmental sale today at 3 o'clock right here in the sale pavilion right behind us in the building adjacent to us.
Well, good morning, folks. I guess my first opportunity to talk, so I'll take the opportunity to thank Bob for asking me to be his associate, something Bob and I have talked about doing for a while. I did tell him, though, he needed to bring Becky with, and obviously this morning that was obvious. Bob couldn't get himself dressed and here on time, so we wish Becky was here. But, you know, another nice class. That first class today was challenging, and this one's another tough class with two extremely good pens of bulls in here. You know, we started with this first set, just extremely impressive in terms of that hip shape and power. You folks in the stands can see from this view just the power and shape that these bulls got. And then they don't give anything up on structure. We like the structure in these bulls. They're soft made, they're good pasturned. We ask them to get about the ring, and they do so with some flexibility. And then just an impressive set of scrotals under these bulls as well. And then you get them together, and I think they're very uniform, just a nice set of bulls. We get into our other set of bulls here, and just a really fresh looking set of bulls that are extremely structural sound. You know, you look at their scan data, and they've got some ribeye in terms of their weight per 100 pounds of weight, but yet they're lean and just present themselves as just a good, solid set of bulls, again, that are very structurally sound. They've got some flex to them. You know, when you evaluate the two pens, and that's up for you folks to do as you evaluate the paper in your program, there's some give and takes when you look at the data and the paperwork and where you're going to place your preference and what you need back in your program. But again, just two solid sets of pens. The pen, obviously, on my left here has got the advantage in terms of weight per day of age, one of the heaviest pens we've seen today, and we appreciate that. But really like the freshness and soundness and smooth made we've got in our second one. I'll let Bob go out and select your champion reserve. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
And selected as your grand champion, 5 percentage bulls goes to entry 10727, shown by Felt Farms, Wakefield, Nebraska. And your reserve grand champion, pen of 5 percentage bulls, exhibited by Western Cattle Source, Crawford, Nebraska. Congratulations to Felt Farms and Western Cattle Source. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for pictures. We're going to get pictures of these two pens, and then we'll be back with our Purebred Pen of 3 show. Okay, Simmental breeders. As we begin our Pen of Three Purebred show, we have 3 classes in this division. We have a single entry in this first class. This will be our class winner. This is entry 12228. Again, coming to you from Lee Simmental's, Columbia, Missouri. The first entry in Lee's pen is LLSF Dauntless K07. This is an April 28th son of HPF Hill Uprising C104. The second bull is entry K36, another son of HPF Hill Uprising C104. This is an April 29th son, LLSF Chaos K36. Lee Simmental Farms, again, is owned and operated by Jerry and Barb Lee and are located in Columbia, Missouri. They have around 250 head of cattle and use artificial insemination and embryo transfer program to stay progressive in their breeding program. They believe cattle need to be sound, functional, and perform real-world traits for their customers, as well as being capable of competing in national shows. They have 2 sales a year. The female sale is in November, and they host a bull sale in March, as well as selling individuals private treaty throughout the year. Bulls can be purchased anytime throughout the year. Please stop by and see them in their pens 322 and 324. And the third member of their pen is entry K29. This bull is April 27th. An April 27th son of HPF Hill Uprising C104. This is LLSF Reality Check K29. Again, this is your pen of 3 bulls from Lee Simmental Farms, Columbia, Missouri. These bulls had an average weight per day of age of 3.60. 3.60. They're all half brothers, all out of HPF Hill Uprising C104. Okay, this pen of bulls will be your class winner. This will be your class winner for our Class A. I've also been informed that we are going to do our Powerball judging. For those of you that have bought tickets, we'll have you come down into the ring, and we are going to bring all 4 of our purebred Powerbulls into the ring before we do our percentage pen of 3. So for those of you exhibitors that have Powerbulls entered and nominated, we'll need all 4 of those purebred bulls back before we start our percentage pen of 3. as we start Class B in our Purebred Pen of 3 Simmental show. This is an entry 11740 coming to you from RS&T Simmentals, Savannah, Missouri. The first bowl was K200. This is RS&T Hot Sauce K200. He is a February 27th son of KBHR Sriracha H127. The second bowl was entry K202. This is a March 7th son of ES Right Time. This is RS&T Time Supreme K202. And the bowl in the ring right here is K206. This is RS&T WTDS Time is Right K206. He is also an ES Right Time son, born March 12th, 22. This pen had an average weight per day of age of 3.07. 3.07 on this pen. Our second pen of bulls in our pen of 3 Purebred division is entry 12610, exhibited by Kearns Cattle Company, Rushville, Minnesota. The first bull is entry 2366K. This is KCC1 Hard Right 2366K, a February 25th son of OMF Hard H21. Second bull is entry 2755K. This is KCCI Right Time 2755K. A final bull in the pen is entry 2102. This is KCC1 Folsom 2102K. a February 27th son of KCCI Folsom 512F. This pen of bulls had an average weight per day of age of 3.6 pounds. Of course, Kearns Cattle Company is owned and operated by Tom and Zach Kearns from Rushville in Nebraska. Sale date this year at the ranch, 2023. The short summary of their operation includes they run a seed stock operation. That's what I thought when they had this in here. It's not Rushville, Minnesota. I thought, when did you guys move to Minnesota? They host their 34th annual bull sale on March 2nd at the ranch. Their focus of their herd is to provide top quality, top line Simmental and find bulls. They produce bulls that are easy fleshing, structurally sound, and have great eye appeal. The genetics behind these bulls. They also offer a top-end show heifer and donor prospect heifers in Grandview, Texas at the Black Label sale each fall. Feel free to come by and visit the Kearns Pen while you're in National Western, or go to kearnscattleco.com and get more information on their website. Again, this is your pen of 3 purebred bulls, brought to you by Kearns Cattle Company, Rushville. Weight per day of age of 3.96. In our Simmental show, our next pen is brought to you by 5-Star Ranch Soda. The first calf is KT. He's a February 12th son of OMF Hardright, age 21. The second calf in the ring here is K11. This is 5-Star Kong, K11. Another son of OMF Hardright, age 21. He is born on February 13th. And the final member of this pin is K14, yet another son of OMF Hardwright H21. Birth date on this calf is February 17th. This pin has an average weight per day of age of 3.55. Five Star Ranch is owned and operated by Jared, Hannah, June, and Willa Sainola. They hail from St. Charles, Minnesota. They're a first-generation seed stock producer. They're guest breeders on Oak Meadow Farm's annual production sale each year. Their goal is to produce Simmental and Sem-Angus cattle that excel duly in phenotype and genomics. We would like to thank all of our crew and those that help make this possible, especially Jared's parents, Scott and Jerry, and Hannah's parents, Bob and Diane Hawkins. Their annual sale is February 12th, 2023. Again, this is the pin coming to you from Five Star Ranch, St. Charles, Minnesota. And we have a WDA on this pin of 3.55. Selected as your junior champion heifer calf is entry 4064. This is ILC Kokomo 3K, exhibited by Miranda Morgan, Utah. Your reserve junior calf champion is entry 4093. That is Keeping Up 253K, exhibited by Brecklin Smith. Single entry in this class.
Only heifer that single entry is very decent in terms of the kind that I like the breediness that she offers them through her front end. She's a long-sided female that's laying the top with levelness to her top line. Again, maybe not perfect in terms of her hind leg set. We'd like to give it a little more body if we can, but definitely a critical female that has that added length and attractiveness from the side. A good female to be a single entry gift.
Again, single entry in our National Aberdeen Percentage Female Show goes to entry 4010. This is TCS Breeze 25E. She's a November 3rd daughter of TCS Making Money 20U, shown by Wyatt Brock, Spring Hill, Kansas. And over in our Simmental Pin Show, our next pin of bulls is coming to you from Hillbrands Cattle Company, Clara City, Minnesota. This first bull in the Hillbrands pin is K801. This is HILB Epicenter K801. He is a February 5th son of WC Executive Order 8543. Hillbrands Cattle Company is owned and operated by Mark, Amanda, and Kinsley Hillbrands, Clara City, Minnesota. They have two production sales annually, the Jewels of the Northland, which is on the first Saturday of December, and Passion for Perfection is the second Saturday in April this spring. Sale features show heifers, bred females, and pairs and frozen genetics. Their pin of bulls on display at National Western are all for sale, private treaty. Please go back to their pin and discuss options of being able to purchase this great set of bulls. Their Powerball semi-entry is number 43. One of the first daughters of the up-and-coming stud Need for Speed is being offered. Semen on Need for Speed available through their owners at Werning Cattle Company, Hart Simmentals, and Hillbrands Cattle Company. Visitors are always welcome on the farm. Please go back to the pen and visit Hillbrands when you get a chance after the show. Again, this is Hillbrands Cattle Company. This will be our final entry in this class. The second bull in their pen is K867. This is HILB Rich Strike K687, a February 24th son of WC Executive Order 8543B. And the third member of the Hillbrands Cattle Company pin is entry K822. This is HILB Belmont K822, a February son of a HPF Quantum Leap Z952. This pin had an average weight per day of age of 3.18 pounds per day. Again, your pin of 3 purebred bulls coming to you from Hillbrands Cattle Company, Clara City, Minnesota, with a WDA of 3.18. This is our final pin of 3 bulls in this Class B. Our judges will select their class winners or place this class upon their evaluation of this pin. Okay, as we are concluding this Class B in our purebred Simmental pin of 3, the pin of bulls that are down here on your left, closest to the announcer stand. This is your pin of bulls presented to you by RS&T Simmental, Savannah, Missouri. This pin had an average weight per day of age of 3.02 pounds. Next is entry 12610, brought to you by Kearns Cattle Company, Rushville, Nebraska. This pin had an average weight per day of age of 3.96 pounds per day. Next is entry 11274, presented to you by Five Star Ranch, St. Charles, Minnesota. This pin had an average weight per day of age of 3.55. And our final entry brought to you by Hillbrands Cattle Company, Clara City, Minnesota. This pin had an average weight per day of age of 3.18 pounds per day. Our judges will put their evaluation and place this class, and then this class winner and reserve will then be in contention for our grand and reserve grand champion, pin of 3 bulls. Once again, for those of you that might have joined us later, It's my pleasure to reintroduce our judges again. Mr. Chad Zender from Stanchfield, Minnesota. Of course, Chad is a partner in the Zender-Waggy Partnership, Charolais breeders, seed stock producers in central Minnesota there. Chad and his wife, Cameo, have daughters Sydney and Natalia. And then, of course, Bob Grass from Leroy, Minnesota, longtime Simmental enthusiast. He now serves as a sales associate of Hamilton Auction in Dexter, Minnesota. He, along with his wife, Becky, have sons Lucas and Colin. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together one more time for our great friends Chad Zender and Bob Grass for evaluating your Simmental pins.
Well, a real nice set here and a real challenging class. We've got some give and takes throughout and some different body types and styles and kind, and that really is for you guys. Bob and I are just out here to give our opinion and line these up for you today, but really you folks, we ask you to go back and look at the exhibitors and visit with them and see what you guys are looking for and what fits your programs. But I think just a solid set all the way through. We start down here with that first pen that came in, calves that obviously give up some weight per day of age, but in terms just of some muscle shape and dimension, you look at these calves and they've got that. They balance up well, just a really nice looking set of calves, and again, they get out here and move around the ring and they're sound. Come into our second pen, and obviously the highest weight per day of age set we've got today, bigger frame type cattle, and that's okay for me. They're performance type cattle, long spined, got some shape and muscle to them again. There's one in there that we maybe like to change structure ever so slightly, but just overall as a pen, I think those are adequate in terms of their soundness and structural integrity, and just some bulls that with their power and growth do offer some look and performance to them as well. We get into our third pen, and here's a pen to me that just balances up, just not only in terms of the type of cattle we've got, the profile. As we look at those calves, they've got some muscle shape and dimension. Then you pull out your paperwork and look at their data, and those calves bring some data to you and some positive traits across the board. Again, balance up, very uniform, a good structured type cattle, and still offer some muscle and shape. And we come to the last pen that comes in fourth. There's a really stout set of bulls, some bulls that are just big topped and big in terms of their rear end, calves that offer some structural integrity and some look to them. Maybe a nickel frame score smaller than some of the bulls right ahead of them and give up a little bit of weight per day of age relative to the two pens in front of them, but a really attractive, highly presented set of bulls. Congratulations to all these exhibitors on a really high set of class. I guess for today, for Bob and I, the one that just balances everything up is going to be to the second ones for second. Your fourth pen will be third, and we'll come back down here. But a solid set all the way through. Congratulations, these exhibitors.
Ladies and gentlemen, over on our Simmental side, it's entry 11274, presented to you from 5-Star Ranch, St. Charles, Minnesota. Pen had an average weight per day of age of 3.55. Your reserve or second place class in that class is entry 12610. brought to you by Kearns Cattle Company, Rushville, Nebraska. That pen had an average weight per day of age of 3.96. Third was presented to you from Hillbrands Cattle Company, Clara City, Minnesota. 40, brought to you by RS&T Simmentals, Savannah, Missouri. In the ring now is Class C. This is entry 9520, Westmoreland, Kansas. This first entry is K78, or K28, SFI in charge, K28. This is a Remedy son born on February 7th, 2022. The second bull in this pen is also a Powerball. This will be one of your Powerball selections. Coming to you from Shockey Farms in Westmoreland, Kansas. This is K52D. This is SFI Conviction, K52D. He is a January 28th son of LLSF Pays to Believe. A Powerball option. After these pen of three, this will be for your evaluation. Shockey Farms is owned and operated by the Scott Shockey family, Westmoreland, Kansas. Their annual bull sale date is March 5th. North of Manhattan, Kansas, in Westmoreland. Shockey Farms has been a family-owned and operated Simmental program for over 45 years. Since day one, their priority has been to produce seed stock cattle that are and display genetic excellence. The Shockeys focus on selecting for structural soundness, fleshing ability, and marketing appeal. Add growth, performance, and pounds to your calves while still maintaining structural integrity with look. Their pen of three bulls are available private treaty here at National Western in pen 624. And more than 85 head of breeding changing sires will be sold March 5th sale at the ranch in Westmoreland, Kansas. To learn more about the Shockey operation, visit www.shockeyfarmsinc.com. Their third member of this pen, again, is Velocity K7F, a January 24th son of WLE copacetic EO2. This pen had an average weight per day of age of 3.79 pounds per day. 3.79 pounds per day on the pen presented to you from Our next pin in our Simmental Pin of Three show is the pin brought to you by Genetics Plus Group, Tecumseh, Nebraska. The first bull was 1K, GPG Cornerstone 1K, a SO Remedy 7F son born January 23rd. And this bull in the ring right now is entry 129K, a February 5th son of SO Remedy 7F. This is GPG Conclusion 129K. The Genetics Plus Group is located in Tecumseh, Nebraska. In tandem with Hartman Cattle Company, they produce elite purebred Simmental genetics that are offered year-round, with the top 50 head being offered at the HCC Annual Bull Sale, which will be the first Sunday of February here in 2023. Please go back and visit the pen of Genetics Plus Group and get a closer look at this great set of bulls that they brought to Denver. The third entry is entry 417K. This is GPG Foremost 417K, another son of SO Remedy 7F. This bull was born on January 25th. This pen had an average weight per day of age of 3.82 pounds a day. Again, coming to you from Genetics Plus Group, this pen has an average weight per day of age of 3.82. Kyle? Again, single in. Once again, this is the pen of bulls coming to you from the Genetics Plus Group, Tecumseh, Nebraska. WDA 3.82. Our next and final pen before we select our class winner in this class is entry 4514, brought to you by Russ Mountain View Ranch, Mercer, North Dakota. This is 7K. HENN Rust Sunset Cure 7K, a SO Remedy 7F son born January 15th of 22. The second bull in this pen of bulls. The second bull in this pen is 34K. This is Rust Catch-Up Time 34K, a February 13th son of E.S. Right Time. Rust Mountain View Ranch is a third-generation ranch located in central North Dakota, just north of Mercer. It is a family-ran operation with Simmental, Sim Angus, and Angus cows, along with a couple hundred commercial cows. Cows are used for the extensive ET program that the ranch utilizes to progress the elite genetics brought and raised at the ranch. Each year, the ranch hosts several online sales and the bull sale at the ranch headquarters in Mercer, North Dakota. This year, the bull sale will be Thursday, February 9th, 2022, where they will be offering yearling and age-advantaged Simmental, Sim Angus, and Angus bulls. Please feel free to give Josh a call anytime about their upcoming sales or just to talk cattle in general. Cell number 701-391-9769. Or better yet, stop in the pen today here in the yards in Denver and visit about the cattle coming to you from a Rust Mountain View Ranch. Their third bull, the red bull that just entered the ring and that's having a nice little play is entry 6K. This is Rust Wager on Red 6K. It's a January 13th of WC Red 481H. This pen had an average weight per day of age of 3.43. Again, this is the pen of bulls brought to you by Rust Mountain View Ranch, Mercer, North Dakota. I'd also like to invite you each to a meet and greet hosted by the Colorado and American Simmental Association to view the sale cattle and network and enjoy beef brisket sliders and cold beer here at the annual meet and greet. It will be on the southeast corner right out of this building where the cattle will be on display at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Just come and see the one and only sale cattle. Enjoy the Colorado Simmental's hospitality, and the sale will begin at 3 o'clock in the sale arena. Also, folks, I'd like to congratulate and thank each and every one of you for being here. Last year, I guarantee you, we've got 3 times the crowd here, and I want to thank each and every one of you for coming to Denver, supporting the National Western, and supporting these breeders. Let's put our hands together and support all these breeders that have brought this great set of cattle to you. On our Simmental side, of course, we are getting ready to select our class winners in Class C here. The pin that's closest to the announcer stand to your far left is the pin brought to you by Shockey Farms, Westmoreland, Kansas. Weight per day of age, 3.79. Again, the middle bull is in our Powerball selection after we conclude the champion drive. The second pin in the middle, this is the pin brought to you by the Genetics Plus Group in Tecumseh, Nebraska. Weight per day of age, 3.82. And your final pin on the outside on the far right is a pin brought to you from Russ Mountain View Ranch, Mercer, North Dakota, on a pin with a weight per day of age of 3.43. Bob?
Well, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. This is an impressive set of bulls out here in front of us right now. Well, when you really start to analyze this group of cattle out here, you really got to appreciate the amount of shape and length of body, the amount of structural integrity we have out here. There's just a few little things that you can nitpick every one of these pens, but as a whole, there's 9 bulls out here that I think anybody in this crowd could go back to their pen and buy and take home, and you'd be very pleased and happy with what you're getting. So with that being said, this set of bulls, you really like them on paper. You like their amount of growth, and their ultrasound data is extremely good. Big rib-eyed cattle, really good on their scrotals, good on their feet and legs, really a nice set of calves. The middle ones, you come in here and you maybe like the uniformity just a nickel better than the one here in the first hole, and you really like the length of body, the stoutness of hip. You get around behind these cattle and they are big hipped. They carry that down to their lower quarter, set on an excellent set of feet. You really like the way they're made on at the ground. Really good foot size, really an impressive set of cattle with good ultrasound data and performance. Really like that pen. The next pen that comes in, we got 2 black bulls and a red bull. Really like the black bulls. Really good in their structure, big hipped, lots of muscle. Read good on paper as far as ultrasound and weight per day of age. Excuse me. The red bull gets a little bit troublesome for us at the ground. Maybe just like to give him a little more flexibility in his pastern and hock, but truly a powerhouse bull when you get behind him. He is extremely stout, very good calves. So with that being said, we're going to start with the middle pen. Then we're going to go here with number 2, and you'll be number 3. Let's give him another round of applause. That's an impressive set of bulls.
Thank you, Bob. Placing first in Class C is entry 9016, brought to you from the Genetics Plus Group, Tecumseh, Nebraska, with a weight per day of age of 3.82. Your second place class in this class comes to you from the Shockey Farms Incorporated, with a weight per day of age of 3.79. And third, Russ Mountain View Ranch, Mercer, North Dakota, and that WDA on those set of bulls of 3.43. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're now bring all 3 of our class winners back into the ring, and we will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion pen of 3 purebred bulls. Following that selection, we will also bring the 4 purebred bulls of the Powerball competition, and then we'll ask each of you that have bought a ticket and are participating in the Powerball to come to the ring and do the evaluation on our 4 bulls. Thank you, Kyle. Your grand champion percentage cow calf pair goes to entry 4098. This is TCS third in that class is entry 4087, exhibited by Colby Prince, Roswell, New Mexico. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to select our grand champion and reserve grand champion pen of 3 purebred bulls. Your class winner from Class A, a set of bulls down here closest to me on your immediate left, are the bulls brought to you from Lee Simmental. Lee Simmental Farm, Columbia, Missouri. This is a pen that had a weight per day of age of 3.60. Winning Class B, in the middle, that is your pen brought to you by 5 Star Ranch, St. Charles, Minnesota. These bulls had a weight per day of age of 3.55. And winning Class C, your pen of bulls brought to you by the Genetics Plus Group, Tecumseh, Nebraska. This pen of bulls had a weight per day of age of 3.82 pounds per day. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our class winners in our Simmental Purebred pen of 3.
Well, folks, I know we've said it before, but just impressive. You know, I was, when I found out I had the opportunity to do this, several years ago, Bob, I'd come out and help Bob, or we had Charlotte pens out here, and Bob and I would swap help. So it's not my first time in this Simmental ring. I spent a lot of time with Bob out here helping him show his pens, and always impressed with the quality. And as I get out here and have the opportunity to evaluate those, I'm certainly not disappointed. I didn't think just, not only the bulls we have standing out here, but the bulls that went back to the pens, just quality. And again, we've said it before, take the opportunity, reward these guys for the time and effort and expense that they've put in to exhibit these bulls and bring them for your evaluation. As Bob said before, if there is not a bull out in that last class that you guys can't use, I guess I'd have to argue with you. Just tremendous set all the way down. I'm going to start off with our first pen up here. We didn't have an opportunity to talk about them. Our next pen came in as they left, but awful impressive. We started this particular division, and I told Bob when these came in, I said, man, this is going to be fun again, because you look at these calves, they're uniform, obviously have the age disadvantage here, but you project these calves out to put the age and maturity that we've got in our other two pens out here. Just good in terms of their scrotal, good in terms of their structure, offer a tremendous look, and do that with some shape and muscle and some structural integrity. So we apologize for not talking in class, because you're certainly worthy of that and worthy of that more in a competition, that particular class. We talked about our second pen. That was a really tough class. We had some differences in type and kind. You know, Bob and I decided we'd go with the pen that was the most balanced, the most uniform in terms of just their makeup. And then one thing we really appreciate about this particular pen is you get your paperwork out, extremely balanced just in terms of their numbers and how they put things together. And again, some bulls that offer some muscle and shape and their sound, and as we ask those bulls to get about the ring. Our last class, this pen that came out of 3 really extremely good sets of bulls in that particular pen. Bulls, again, that offered some muscle and shape and structural integrity. They all kind of balanced up the same in terms of their paperwork on paper, and we just felt this pen was the one that just kind of outpowered the other two in terms of just true muscle shape and dimension, and then did it with some structural integrity and foot size and give you a really good look. So I'll let Bob go out and select your champion. We'll bring a second or third in for a second evaluation. Again, give all these guys a big round of applause. Tremendous set of bulls.
Your champion pen of 3 bulls this year for the 2023 National Western Stock Show Purebred Simmental Show goes to entry 9016. The pen brought to you from the Genetics Plus Group, Tecumseh, Nebraska. Congratulations. All 3 half-brothers, or possibly more probably. These are all Remedy sons, and a weight per day of age, 3.82. Congratulations. Second place in that class, and coming in for the reserve title is the pen brought to you from Shockey Farms, Westmoreland, Kansas. This pen had a weight per day of age of 3.79.
We're back over here in the Simmental side, and I just want to reiterate what Chad said. Extremely pleased with the quality that the breeders brought out to us today and yesterday. Absolutely wonderful. I just admire all the hard work you've done, and you know, I lived this for a long time too, and I know all you guys are standing out here with butterflies and wondering who's going to get the next nod, but an impressive set of bulls all the way through. Please, please go out and talk to these guys because they put a lot of time and effort in this, and they deserve, there's tons of bulls out here that'll work for everybody. And whether it's the high-numbered, high-performance, whatever you're looking at, you know, we got bulls out here that I am truly impressed with the quality. And with that being said, Chad's going to go out and select your reserve champion pen of 3 purebred bulls, and then we'll give them all a big round of applause.
And your reserve champion pen of 3 bulls comes to you from Shockey Farms Incorporated, Westmoreland, Kansas. This pen of bulls had a weight per day of age of 3.79. Congratulations to the Genetics Plus Group, Tecumseh, Nebraska, and Shockey Farms, Westmoreland, Kansas, on your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion pen of purebred bulls. Okay, since we have a bull in our reserve pen, let's get pictures first. We'll get pictures of the Grand and Reserve Grand, and then one of our Shockey bulls in that reserve pen is also a Power Bull. So, folks, let's get our pictures first, and then we'll bring our purebred bulls in and do our Power Bull selection. Once again, Simmental enthusiasts, here in about an hour at 1 o'clock p.m. At 1 o'clock p.m. over here on the southeast corner of this building, where all the sale cattle for the one and only sale will be shown and be on display. The Colorado and American Simmental Association would like to invite you to view the sale cattle, to network and enjoy some beef brisket sliders and cold beer at the annual meet and greet. You'll get a chance to meet people, have fun, and have a little fellowship, along with getting able to see all of these great cattle that we will be selling at 3 o'clock in the sale arena. Right, this place, you meet east of the Chevy booth on the southeast corner of this building.
so he abandoned you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to do our Powerball. So we invite each of you that have purchased a ticket to come in and participate in the Powerball selection. We have 4 purebred bulls in this year's Powerball. In your program, they're all shaded, but I will go through each of these bulls. This first bull will be presented to you from Simmental Farms. This is tag K85. This is LLSF Resolute K85. He is a March 3rd son of Mr. CCF 2020. Our second bull is presented to you from Kaler Cattle, St. Charles, Minnesota, on Kaler Wide Body 2025K, a January 28th son of CDI Trustee 387F. Okay, for those of you that are evaluating these bulls, their tags are in their ears. Their tag numbers are the blue tags in their ears. We have tag 12 presented to you from RS&T Simmentals on RS&T WTDS Time is Right K201. You have tag 13 that is presented to you by Shockey Farms on SFI Conviction K52D. You have tag 14 that is presented to you from Lee's Cattle Company, Lee's Simmental Farms, on LLSF Resolute K85. And then there's tag 15 that is presented to you from Kaler Cattle on Kaler Wide Body 2025K. Again, tag 12 from RS&T Simmentals, tag 13 from Shockey Farms. Tag 14 from Lee Simmental Farms. Tag 15 from Kaler Cattle. Those are the 4 purebred bulls that you are voting on. Just make sure you use your purebred voting ballot. And please read the tag on the bull, the blue tag. We only have 1 percentage bull. That's going to be tag 16 from Felt Farms. He will be your champion percentage bull. He is standing on the end of the ring here. We're going to parade him around when you get done making your selection on your purebreds. And I want to make sure that everybody gets to see this percentage bull also. So as soon as you get done with your voting ballot, please bring them down here to the announcers, front of the announcers booth, and turn your ballots in, please. Or turn them into Susan. Once again, tag 12 is the bull coming to you from RS&T. He would be the second bull from me, the second bull from the right here. Or the left, second from the left. Tag 13 is from Shockey Farms. That is the third bull, that big, strapping, good-looking Kansas boy with the black hat on. Tag 14 from Lee Simmentals. I think that's the bull right here. No, that's on the far end. The far end bull is the one from Lee's. And the bull closest to me right here, tag 15 from Kaler Cattle Company. Once again, folks, when you mark your ballot, make sure you mark your purebred ballot. The bull standing out there by himself, that is our percentage bull from Felt Farms. So please take a look at that bull too. But as you mark your ballots, of course, he is going to be our undisputed champion percentage bull. But the 4 bulls in the ring right here, these are your 4 purebred bulls. That please mark your purebred ballot and turn it in to any Colorado Simmental employee or a board of director. Once again, when you're done here, then we are going to jump right into our percentage pen of 3 bulls. Okay, if you haven't turned the ballot in, let's do so. Okay, I think we're done, guys. Thank you. We've got our pictures taken of our purebred bulls. We've got 4 pins of percentage pen of 3 bulls. Okay, folks, as we begin our percentage pen of 3 bulls, again, we'd like to reintroduce our judges and appreciate their great comments today. Mr. Chad Zender from Stanchfield, Minnesota, and Bob Grass from Leroy, Minnesota. And our first pin today is class 401. This is our percentage pin of 3 bulls. Our first entry is 9493, coming to you from Long Simmentals, Creston, Iowa. This first bull is K56. This is Long's Epic K56, a son of OMF Epic E27. This is a March 17th born bull calf. Long Simmentals is a family-ran operation, owned and operated by Rob and Gina Long and their family, located in central Iowa, south central Iowa, in Creston, Iowa. Their annual production sale will be on February 6th this year, 2023. The gates are open, production sale, right there on the farm in Creston. Long Simmentals represents over 40 plus years of producing Simmental cattle and 16 consecutive years exhibiting in the yards at the National Western. Their operation consists of approximately 1,400 acres of pasture, hay, and row crop, with their cow herd consisting of approximately 200 head of Simmental and Simmental-influenced cattle. They have bred and exhibited many breed-leading sires, donors, and successful champions at all levels over the years, even including claiming banners right here at the National Western. They've always prided themselves in exhibiting, promoting cattle that are bred, born, and raised right there on the farm. One of their proudest show ring accomplishments was their late daughter, Sammy's grand champion, bred and owned female, at the 2019 National Junior Classic in Louisville. Long's Carmen. Carmen is now leading the way in their donor battery and quickly establishing herself as a breed-leading donor matron. Watch for several progeny and matings on our upcoming production sale. Again, their annual production sale, the gates are open. Production sales will be February 6th at the farm in Creston, Iowa. Please follow them on Facebook or get on the line and go to longsimmentals.com for more information. The second bull in this pen is K85. That's Long's Salem. He is a March 25th son of E.S. Long Salem HW46. And this big stout rascal that just got in the ring is a March 10th son of Long's BF Entitled. This is Long's Entitled K10. This pen had an average weight per day of age of 3.10. 3.10 on this pen. Again, this is your pen of three bulls coming to you from Long Simmentals, Creston, Iowa. Our next pen of bulls coming to you from CK Cattle Company. Highmore, South Dakota. This first bull is entry 211K. This is FRKG CKCC Kodiak 211K. Strip face son, a March 10th son of EC Rebel 156F. Their second entry is 210K. This is FRKG CKCC Kryptonite 210K, a March 2nd son of Mr. CCF 2020. CK Cattle is owned and operated by Chris and Christy Effling and their family. Their 3 daughters, Cagney, Chesney, and Kennedy. Family owned and operated right there in Highmore, South Dakota. Focus on sound, functional cattle with a good look. Come see them in Pen 425 and join them on February 11th right there on the ranch for their annual bull sale and production sale. The third and final member of this pen is 212K. This is FRKG CKCC Cantor 212K, a March 6 son of EC Rebel 156F. This pen had an average weight per day of age of 3.58 pounds per day. Again, this is your pen coming to you from CK Cattle, Highmore, South Dakota. Our next entry is entry 12623. This is a pen of 3 percentage bulls brought to you by Kearns Cattle Company, Rushville, Nebraska. Their first entry is 2905K. This is KCCI or KCC1, counter time 2905K. A February 26th son of KCC1, counter time 862H. Kearns Cattle Company is owned and operated by Tom and Zach Kearns. Please join them on March 2nd this year at the ranch for their 34th annual bull sale. Kearns Cattle Company is a seed stock operation in the extreme northwest corner of Nebraska in the heart of the Sandhills. Their focus on their herd is to provide top-line Simmental and Sim-Angus genetics. At Kearns Cattle Company, you will find bulls that are easy fleshing, structurally sound, and have plenty of eye appeal. The genetics behind these bulls are saturated with proven cow families that are intertwined throughout the entire herd. They also offer donor prospects and show heifers each fall in Grandview, Texas at the Black Label sale. Please feel free to visit their website at kearnscattleco.com or stop by their pen while you're here in Denver. Second entry in this pen of 3 from Kearns Cattle Company is 2336K. This is KCC1 unanimous, 2336K. A March 13th son of Mayway United E109. And their third and final entry in this pen coming to you from Kearns Cattle Company is entry 2700K. This is KCC1, counter time 2700K, a February 25th son of KCC1 Counter Time 872H. This pen had a weight per day of age of 3.88 pounds per day. Again, 3.88 pounds on the pen coming to you, these percentage 3 bulls from Kearns Cattle Company, Rushville, Nebraska. And our fourth and final pin of percentage pin of 3 bulls comes to you from Hillbrand's Cattle Company, Clara City, Minnesota. Their first bull is K37D. This is a February 25th son of WC Need for Speed 1016H. This is HILB YSC Turn and Burn K37D. Hillbrand's Cattle Company is owned and operated by Mark, Amanda, and Kinsley Hillbrands. Of course, Kinsley is the herdsman, the boss, the one that everybody listens to. Hillbrands have 2 production sales a year. The Jewels of the Northland is the first Saturday in December, and the second Saturday of April is the Passion for Perfection. Their sales feature show heifers, bred females, pairs, and frozen genetics. All of these pen of bulls are for sale private treaty. Back in their pens, we encourage you to go back and see the Hillbrands pen if you get a chance to after the show. Their Power Simmental entry female is one of the first daughters of the up-and-coming brand new herd sire and sons of all these bulls, Need for Speed. Semen on Need for Speed available through the owner's Werning Cattle Company, Hart Simmentals, and Hillbrands Cattle. Visitors are always welcome on the farm, or again, go back and see them in their pen. The second bull is K314. This is HILB Total Speed K314, another Need for Speed son, born March 11th, and the third bull and final member, a son of WC Need for Speed 1016H. This is a February 2nd bull, HILB Gate to Wire K2118. This pen had an average weight per day of age of 3.40. Again, 3.40 on this pen of half brothers out of the WC Need for Speed 1016H. Okay, folks. As we bring our percentage pin of 3 bulls back into the ring, the pin that'll be closest to the announcer stand to your far left, this will be the entry 9493, exhibited by Long Simmentals, Creighton, Iowa. This pin had an average weight per day of age of 3.10. Next to them is the pin coming to you from CK Cattle Company, Highmore, South Dakota. Had a weight per day of age of 3.58. Next to them are the entry from Kearns Cattle Company, Rushville, Nebraska. This pin had an average weight per day of age of 3.88. And our last pin that was in the ring is coming to you from Hillbrands Cattle Company, Clara City, Minnesota. And their pin had a weight per day of age of 3.40. Ladies, let's put our hands together. What a great set of percentage bulls they brought to you for your pin of 3 percentage Simmental bulls. Once again, we invite each and every one of you to our meet and greet hosted by the Colorado and American Simmental Association. All of the sale cattle for the one and only sale will be on display on the southeast corner of this building here at 1 o'clock here in about 15 minutes. And we invite each and every one of you to come over and enjoy a fellowship. There'll be beef brisket sliders and cold beer available, and have a chance to see some old friends, make some new ones, and be able to evaluate the great offering that will be in the one and only at 3 o'clock right here in the Sale Pavilion.
All right, again, I want to thank Bob for inviting me to be his associate today, and I guess I'll make one comment on that. If you agreed with what we did, I'll take part of the credit. If you don't like what we did, Bob had the final say, so blame it on him. But again, thanks, Colorado. Thanks to Denver. I'm going to let Bob talk this last class. Thanks to the stock show and especially exhibitors for coming out. I know what time and work, and it's fun to see Denver yards come back to what it was and what it should be, and it's just, I'm excited every year for Denver. To be honest with you, my love for going to cow shows, if you ask my daughters, has fallen off to their disappointment, but I get excited to come to the yard show and come to Denver, and to me, this is what it's all about. So again, thanks to the Colorado Simmental Association, the National Western, and Bob for having me out. And again, please give these guys their due credit. The cattle we saw yesterday were exceptional. Cattle we saw this morning all the way through. Make it worth their time and effort to come out, spend a few minutes, go out there, visit with them, talk about their program and what these bulls and these heifers that they've brought us can do for you. So again, thanks to everyone, and I'll let Bob talk this class and finish up.
Thanks, Chad. Again, just thanks everybody for coming out and seeing this great group of cattle. Very pleased with the quality we've seen the last 2 days. It makes me proud to be a Simmental breeder. We don't sometimes get enough recognition, but as far as structural correctness, I think we've made strides in this breed in the last 5-6 years of getting cattle that are bigger footed and more flexible, and I think it's a testament to what we saw the last 2 days, and I really like that. Again, I'd like to thank the Colorado Simmental Association for asking me to do this. I'd like to thank the National Western for putting on a great event. This facility is second to none, and I just hope that and know that this will just keep growing and growing and growing. Also, I'd like to thank Chad, my buddy, for coming out and do this. It was a real pleasure. With that being said, we got a really nice set of percentage 3 bulls out here, and I mean, the numbers aren't big, but the quality is very good. We got this first pen, really a uniform set of cattle, maybe a little more compact in their design. You like the bone structure these cattle have. They got some length of body. You get over the top of them, they got some nice shape to their top, some nice shape to their quarter. Really a nice set of bulls there. The next pen here, you're really impressive when you get around behind them. They're big, square-made kind of cattle, set on a good set of feet and legs, lots of flexibility, lots of middle to them. You really like the rib shape that them cattle have. And then they get out and they're good looking too. You really like them, got to appreciate that. The next pen comes in a little longer bodied, more high performing looking cattle. You know, maybe not quite as much forerib to them, but when you study those, they got some big rib eyes, they got good scan data, really good on their feet and legs. You really like the way they move around the ring. The pen that comes in last, really a moderate, more big-bellied, more compact kind of cattle. We'd maybe like to fix a few things on the structure side of a couple of those bulls. But if you're looking to add power and middle performance, they got some really good things about them. And like I said, and Chad mentioned it, please go back and talk to these guys. I mean, we've been in this, and there's a lot of bulls out here that we saw all day long, females yesterday, that will be great additions to anybody's herd, and please go and see them, because they spend a lot of time and money and effort to do this, and it's a lot of work. So please give them a nice round of applause, and thank you for being a good crowd.
Once again, thank you to Bob Grass and Chad Zender.
Chad's going to go out and select your champion.
Selected as your grand champion, percentage pen of 3 bulls, goes to the pen coming to you from Kearns Cattle Company, Rushville, Nebraska. They will be your grand champion pen of 3 percentage, and your reserve champion pen of 3 go to CK Cattle, Highmore, South Dakota. So who was, Bob, who was third? Hillbrands were third, and then Long's fourth. So your grand champion percentage pen of 3 bulls goes against the Kearns Cattle Company, Rushville, Nebraska. Your reserve champion pen of 3 percentage bulls goes to CK Cattle. Third went to Hillbrands Cattle Company, and fourth to the Long family, Long Simmentals. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our pen show today. We want to thank each and every one of you for spectating and being here to be with us. Please go back and visit all these guys and go back and see these great set of cattle. Be with us at 1 o'clock, which is in about 10 minutes, and come join with us at the Colorado and American Simmental Association meet and greet at 1, and of course the one and only sale will be at 3 p.m. right here in the sale facility.
We're going to present the coach on the 7 finalists here now.
Okay, we are going to present the coats to our Power Bull and Female show. We're going to present the coats, so would all of our contestants, all of our entries for Power Bull and Female come to the ring, please. Once again, we need all of our Power Simmental exhibitors to come to the ring. We don't need the cattle, we just need the people for the coat presentation. Once again, folks, we are going to do our coat presentation to all of our People's Choice Power Simmental finalists. We need all of our entries to come back to the ring, just the people, not the stock. And once again, 1 o'clock here in about 5 minutes, we are going to have your Colorado and American Simmental Association meet and greet, which will be right here on the southeast corner of this facility. Please join them for beef brisket sliders, cold beer, and other refreshments, and be able to view all of the cattle in the one and only sale, which will be at 3 o'clock today. I need a representative from Wolf Cattle Company, RS&T, and Shockey Farms. Can I please get a representative from Wolf Cattle Company, RS&T? Oh, RS&T's here. Where's Shockey at? Oh, sorry, babe, I didn't see you. So is everybody here? Where's Wolf's? We got a representative from Wolf Cattle Company? You calling them? If your phone works, it'd be the first one that worked in this building. Okay, folks, so these are going to be the coat presentations. Everybody, we're going to be 7 finalists here. There's going to be champion and reserves for each division. And since we only had a single entry in our percentage bull, there won't be a reserve there. So we're going to present the 7 coats to our exhibitors. Your purebred female Power Simmental champion choice award goes to entry 44 to the Neidig Farms in Nebraska on NF Miss Emma K2 F2. Congratulations, Van Neidig and family, on your champion purebred champion's choice, People's Choice. The reserve goes to Wolf Cattle Company. Wolf Cattle Company from Nebraska on entry 42. They will be your reserve purebred female. Your champion percentage female goes to entry 43 from the Hillbrands Cattle Company in Minnesota. Give it to the ranch manager. On their purebred heifer, on HILB Vivid Diamond K16 and the reserve choice entry 41 to RS&T Simmentals on RS&T Supreme Time Lady K203. Congratulations. Your People's Choice, Champion Choice on your purebred Simmental bull goes to entry 13 from Shockey Farms, Westmoreland, Kansas on SFI Conviction K52D, and the reserve People's Choice, number 14 from Lee's Simmental Farms on LLSF Resolute K85, and your champion percentage bull was entry 16 from Felt Farms in Nebraska on Felt Emmett 224K. Congratulations to all of our People's Choice. I'm sure we're gonna need to get a picture here right in front of the backdrop. Okay, going to the backdrop. Everybody go to the backdrop, please. And we'll see you all out here at 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, we're going to have your meet and greet over here on the southeast corner of the building, with the sale starting at 3 p.m. for the one and only. And the beer and the briskets are there. So feel free to go partake. Have a great time this afternoon, and if you got an extra coat, I'd take it, Willie. Oh, Wolf's. Okay, Wolf Cattle Company, if you can hear me, go to the picture backdrop. We'll have your coat down there.